Are we ready? I know I am. So, whether or not you are, it's time for another episode of the Indie Tales Game Dev live stream. Hey, my name is Adam. You are the Pixel Pals. I've already said the name of the show, so without further ado, it's time to go. Welcome everyone to the Friday edition of the stream. Today we're working on more Insignia dev, and I am excited to do that. I've been having a couple of nights of good sleep, so I'm kind of just jazzed to just chip away at the things we've been working on the last couple of days. I want to say a big welcome to everybody who's here in chat. Very, very lucky to have you all here. I want to say a thank you to those of you who most recently subscribed and followed. That's Saradoto, who most recently followed, and Motion Lux for the most recent subscription. Thank you so much. Also, anybody who's watching in the VOD, thank you. Let's make a great game today. Shall we? So, last thing I was doing, I was in Aseprite. I've been in Aseprite the last couple of days. Doing a little bit more polishing on this scene, which I think has come up really nicely. I'm getting there in terms of the there were some concerns early on that I had around being able to polish this thing, in a reasonable amount of time, but I actually think I'm getting quite close to it. It literally just was, getting all of the angles and lines and circles and edges right. Getting the curves right is just like, once you do that, eventually it will start looking good. And my brain was just, I was having trouble seeing it, but now it's really shaping up nicely. I added this ship, which is, I think, looking really good too, actually, in the game. Today, I had a really interesting meeting with a team who's working on a system that interests me very much. I think it would be nice to just talk about it really quickly. So, actually, there's also this cool thing I was playing around with as well. If we do this is a separate thing. I was thinking you could bring down the lights a little bit in the foreground. Even better. I like that quite a lot. So, I want to talk really quickly about this thing. I guess this is kind of like almost promo, but it's not sponsored. I've been doing a bit of a consulting on a thing called LFP. It's like Looking for Project. It's a way for communities, like, potential players of games, looking for work-in-progress games that have a team behind them and an active community that they're trying to build while they're building the game, which is like Insignia. And today, we were discussing features of that platform and what would be useful for developers. And something that I thought was really, really impressive that they showed me was an MCP system, like a terminal-based, agent-driven API feature that lets you kind of like hook into your project or your like documentation. In this case, we were looking at like all of my, design to-dos and that kind of stuff, and actually import them directly into their system. So rather than like having to recreate everything or manage things, to actually just like naturally hook into and rearrange and upload and sync all of the stuff that I'm doing. So I feel like that would be insanely valuable to me. And my brain's been ticking away thinking about how to, I guess the distinction between the things that you need to build solutions for and then the things that hook into those solutions that do automation. And I'm very excited with that conversation, but that's kind of what my morning was. It just means basically the way I feel right now is that all the effort that I've been putting into project management stuff is like none of it's gone to waste. All of it will be useful, which is really cool. Okay, Dude, I'm really happy with how this is turning out. I'm really, this scene is super growing on me a lot, and it's definitely going into a trailer. So, there's that. We were doing some work on another scene yesterday. It might have been yesterday. This grotto scene, which I'm not as happy with yet. I think we got to get there on this one. It'd be nice to put some of that in the trailer, but I don't think we're necessarily going to have to get there yet. We also did some work on we were spending a lot of time on, we spent a bit of time gender swapping this character. I think she looks great now. And also on figuring out the tile issue that we were having. And I think we actually got somewhere that is ideal. I think we actually solved this problem yesterday, right at the end. And I'm excited to just like keep running around in the game for a little bit and just validate that solution because I had to run off. So basically, what we did was we worked out a way to limit the camera's position in space. Oh, did I just see it? I'm not sure. Limit the camera's position in space to quarters of a pixel, or fifths of a pixel. And by doing that, I think we avoid any of the screen tearing issues that we were having previously. Now, I'm not sure if it adds a little bit of stuttering to the way the camera moves. I'm a little concerned about that, but it shouldn't. I don't think so. I think it's fine. Right? There is a little bit of stuttering, I think. It's so hard to see. I might need like a button that I can press to toggle it in real time. But fifths of a pixel, I feel like shouldn't really... I guess it could dictate. It could make the movement feel choppy. But I'm not seeing any tearing. That's the thing that I think I'm mostly concerned about. So no tearing at all in this version. So there's a bit of promise there in trying to quantize the movement space of the camera in a way that's hopefully not going to cause any problems. We should probably do a build at some point, do some testing there. The game is running at 120 FPS, so it should feel very smooth, but I also think just the way that the camera is set up, we might have to do some work around like interpolating. I think it does actually smooth damp already. Anyway, cool. So, Bilbo Swaggins says, how did you end up doing... Oh, did you end up doing anything with that contract offer you talked about a bit ago? I think it was to do with the museum. Yeah, so the museum reached out to me. There's actually 2 potential contracts that they are looking for. One was a quote on extending the archaeology project so that it could be toured to different museums. And the other one was this dinosaur Fight Club project that they pitched. I don't know if they won that project. So my involvement in it is subject to them winning the project in the bid. And then if that... Wow, my hand is like right behind the panel of this. Yeah, subject to them winning the pitch. So if they won the pitch, then they'll be building that, and then I'll be probably involved in that. But otherwise, we're just trucking on. I actually also sort of semi got an offer to do some work on a different thing, but I think it was more like an employment offer than a short-term project. So allow me to... I think I just want to test this thing really quickly before I just leave it in the project. So it's this. And I'm going to say like if input dot get button get key down, get key. Let's call it like just W or like I guess left shift. No, let's call it 1. Is that a thing? Keycode.1. Let's make it easy. Is it alpha 1 like that? And is it keycode like that? Maybe we'll just keep it limited to like E. Let's say E. And we'll do this. I think that's all you have to do, right? Or is E something that needs to be? It might have to be, hang on, in quotes. What is going on with my... the C# formatter is very confused right now. This maybe can stay out here, but that's fine. That should compile. Why is it not happy? What's this? What's wrong with this? No. 1, 2, 3. All good. Variable names can't start with a digit. Got it. Okay, I want to go somewhere that was a nice, long, clean run. So let's have a look. So this is without. This is with, without, with. Assuming that compiled even. Okay. Okay, we are working. Okay, so if I'm running here, I can't tell the difference. The engine is stuttering, but that's just because it does that. It's just Unity being Unity. That's imperceptible to me, so I'm happy to leave it on. Maybe I'll start running with it. Bro, that's so choppy though. What the hell? Maybe because of all the logs? I don't know. Why so stuttery, man? Yeah, imperceptible. So it stops the tearing and it also just works. So to fix tearing in tile sets. I think we just don't do this anymore. I don't think we need the pixel perfect toggle. Just leave it off, and then this is always on. I think that's okay. All right. Okay. Oh, thank you so much. Stop using AI. Hand drawn too. So I was working on some stuff. This was yesterday. And then there were a couple more scenes I think that I wanted that I wrote down in my to-do list. Here. That were to do with the trailer. So re-record trailer playthrough. I want to do that. Ship Night in a Storm. Oh, that would be sick. Yeah. Let's do that. Nassau Caravan at sunset. This is looking good. Armin and Hannah, that's getting there. And then this I want to do as well. And then also like water VFX. Water VFX. VFX is super valuable. So there's a scene in the game that doesn't exist yet, but it's in the script. And it's something that I'm expecting to do as like an opening title. Currently I've got like this chapter 1 card. I've got title cards in the game that are like high res art, but I think this is going to come before that as like an intro cutscene. So the idea is that we have something that looks like this, 640 by 360. Let's do like ship in a storm at night. See if we can get some references here. This is what I want for sure. I think moonless is what I want here. I don't want to see the moon. But maybe through the clouds. Sup, sorry, buddy. Okay. We could keep this gray or maybe add some blue in it. Hey, and maybe we should just do a quick check, like pixel art game ship in storm. Just check something there, in case there's like other examples of this kind of thing. I mean, that's kind of what I'm looking for. Just thinking about how we will achieve it. Yeah, there's something cool there for sure. There's something like in the showing the light through the bottom of the waves, or through the top, sorry, and then like even getting a bit brighter at the top. I think we might need to, I mean, I want to animate this, but then like it's a lot of work to do. So I don't know if this is like a shader or what. I think it could even be an image rather than an animation. Like it doesn't have to be moving so much. I think again about Mina the Hollower and how much they got away with just doing imagery. So maybe this is something where we just don't animate it and it's fine. And then it looks like the brightness is kind of level over the distance. This color here, halfway between them is that. Mina the Hollower is a game that came out a couple of weeks ago. It sold really well. It's made by Yacht Club Games, who made the Shovel Knight series. It's just the next game in their library. And for me, the reason why I keep talking about it is because it represents a standard for pixel art games in 2026 that sold well. So basically the idea that like you can, if you achieve exactly what they achieved, the stylistic, artistic kind of aspects of it shouldn't be the bottleneck. Is what I'm trying. It's how I'm thinking about it. So like you don't have to do more than what they did. You can do the same amount and it should do just as well if we're just talking about the art side. Hello. Because I think a lot about like what I need to do in order to succeed. Like what is the minimum level of, detail and whatever, like production quality. And their game is not, it's very low res and it sold really, really well. So just knowing like this is doable, you don't have to clear this, gives me something to shoot for. Well, that looks really good. Yeah. I don't know yet. I mean, the ocean moves around a lot. There's a lot of motion in there, so I'm not really sure what minimum looks like. But I think like not animating it is probably fine. Let's look at I mean, you could totally take something like this, right? And then do something like this and then edit, flip horizontal and push it back that way. Right? You could layer it. That's already looking a lot like an ocean to me. Hey. Okay, so what else? Sorry, one sec, chat. I gotta just close all of this. And then I don't need that. Just organizing my taskbar. And then there was this is what I was thinking about. Yeah, I drew this a little while ago. So I think I want to do something like this. And I just want to look at something that's a bit more dramatic. Is there like a movie we could reference, or an animated movie, animated film, pirate ship in a storm? I'm just trying to think about like how I can make it look gorgeous and foreboding. It needs to be, yeah. Storm. There's a what's it called? This is what's the movie? Tales from Earthsea. Tales from Earthsea at the start has a storm with a ship. No. No. Yeah, I think it's like not quite this. This is from the scene. I actually have it on Netflix. I just can't I can't show you because I can't screenshot it. But it's all right. I'm gonna keep working on it. You know, like there's something here of like getting some green in there even. But I don't want to go too ethereal. It's not a ghost ship. I want to channel something that's like, that's kind of cool, the backlighting there. All right, let's, I like this ocean a lot. I want to keep it dark, but we can do that later. We can add some lighting after. Let's get the ship in there. I actually want to do the pirate ship that I had here. And I was going pretty crazy with this the other day. I think the mouth reveal should be something that comes later. I feel like it might be a little too crazy, whereas this I think is okay. Just this as it is. It might do well with, if I do this plus the snout, I think we'll be in a good spot. There's just some shape language stuff that I want to get right. Without trying to make it too much like a dog's head. I don't think it really needs that quite as bad. I think it's more just like, I just want it to look not menacing, but like, well, yes, menacing, but I want it to look kind of like more like a weapon almost. Which I think that helps with. Just something about the shape. Hey, Texerpt. Hey, Mosles. GIF. And I really like... I think I like a lot of the details that were happening here, so I'm going to just see if I can take this. Put that right around there. So let's just get rid of this. I like the mouth idea a lot. I just think it's probably not... I don't want that to be like part of the lead identity of the thing. I want to like work up to that. It's like a twist or a surprise, you know, something like it transforms and then you see the mouth. Yeah, that's cool. No, I use a pen. That's looking awesome right now. And then I just want this part. So if I can bring this down, maybe, and then bring this forward to here. There's also something about, I don't know, trying to make it more of like a much fatter ship, like a really tall, like not a barge, but like a shipping, like a big shipping ship. Something that could fit like a lot of soldiers on it. Yeah, well, thanks for the follow. The way I see it is I want this to like open like a jaw so that someone who's standing here, this part of the deck descends like that. So from the top, it would be like, there's like a trap door that's like this. So if you're standing here, this part has like a part like that, and then all of this descends down. This stays where it is. So then it becomes like that. So now you're down here. And that seam is right here. But I don't want it to be necessarily like, I think if there's like a giant like a gear on this, it's like maybe a bit much. Maybe not. Maybe it's fine. You can see I was working with that before. But the thing is, I don't want it to not be seaworthy. It still needs to work as like a ship that would sail as well. So I think doing it inside helps as like an extra bit that comes down. And then color-wise, I think we have a bit more work to do on this thing. I think gold. I mean, it kind of says pirate because it's like they've stolen the gold. I like that. But I want it to look a little bit more warlike, which I think will require, maybe if it's like more bronzy. No, this is dogs. There is a race of pigs, but they don't have ships. They're pretty terrestrial. They just stay where they are. This is looking really good to me. Right where it is right now. So let's see if I can get this into Aseprite. And then here's the big question. Do I want it to be going that way or towards like this way? Like maybe it's even just like this. If it's like this, you could probably do a cutscene. I think I need it both ways. I think I need it one shot from the sort of from the front. Well, it's so hard to decide. It's kind of easy to do it this way, for sure. And then I would just mute all of the colors here. One sec. So you take this blue, you drop it in there, and then we do What? Yeah, that's what I want. So you do that. Then you take this and you start pairing it back. Cool. And then you take this and you can now do that with it. And then we can add a background. I don't know if this is the right size. Let's have a look full screen. I think we're too close. Oh, F11 goes full screen? I didn't even know that. Whoa, you can go full screen on Sprite? That's sick. Probably even still too big now. Especially if we wanted to do like black bars, top and bottom. Oh, great God. Thank you so much. That's very kind of you. So now I want to do something super dramatic here. Maybe like keep the clouds super flat. I do want there to be sort of like a skyline with like the clouds kind of departing that way, and then this going up like that. And then maybe we could drop this down. One sec. That's fine. Hey, I appreciate any support you can give. I'm super appreciative. All right. think we can go darker than this. Kind of what I was closer to what I was thinking. That's better, I think. Closer to the, like, it makes us feel like we are closer to the waterline looking up. I want it to feel like the clouds are literally right above us. So a little trick here for like dramatic perspective like this. You know, normally in a photo, you would think about the horizon being like, you know, here, and then the lines kind of do this. Right? So as you're drawing things, and then we don't normally put things here a lot of the time. You know, you draw, there's like a building over here or whatever, and another building like that. You know, maybe you would do something like that. That's like pretty straightforward. But if you want it to feel really dramatic, you kind of need continuity from here to here. So what tends to happen is when things are very far away and equally distant from each other, they don't appear equally distant. They start spreading out as they get closer to us. Right? They go from being almost flat lines to squares. Right? If you were looking at, if this was like panels on a ceiling, like that Batman, The Dark Knight Underground base. This thing, right? Perfect example. Look at how like flat these lines are, and look at how much more squarer they get when we're looking up at them. And so to push that, to make that feel more dramatic, you can think about it more like a blanket, right? Like a tent. And you create more of like a fisheye lens, so that because this is what happens in a panorama, it does that, right? A panorama photo looks like this, but we're doing the panorama vertically. So we're kind of creating a vertical fisheye. I mean, you could kind of, I don't know, maybe you could do it like more like this. Maybe it's more like that. But that would be if those things were, that's the wrong kind of, well, I guess just different perspectives. So this way, I like to see if I can show you something as if you're looking up at it from here. You know, if this, we're looking directly at the ceiling. Okay, now we're looking a little bit further away from the ceiling. Now we're looking a bit further away, a bit further away, a bit further away, a bit further away. Right? That's kind of the thought process that I'm doing. But I'm doing it here on the clouds. So I'm thinking about the clouds as being more, if the clouds are made of circle shapes, they look like circles here, but as they get further away, they become more linear and flatter and thinner. And that gives us the sense of the sky being really big. And again, you do that with continuity of shapes. You have to show the shape. Like what was flat down here, you know, the same thing, you follow it up, now it's really large and round. What do you think, chat? Yes. Look, it's almost as much of a mystery to me as it is to you. It's time and experience plus... It's time and experience that creates intuition, and the intuition is just... It's just... It allows me to kind of just go into autopilot, really. I don't always get it right. I mess up a lot, but like... There are just aesthetic things that you can do, even if they're not like physically accurate things. They're just things that you kind of just like learn and borrow, and once you understand like a little bit about how the shape language works, you can kind of just do whatever. I mean, water is so noisy that you don't like, even just this, just now I just like discovered something that I think I'll use, you know, just a bit more tearing in the shapes. It's like distinction between here and here, and then here I can sort of add a bit of a highlight. That's something that I know how to use from other areas of working with, you know, natural kind of like phenomena. And I'm just going to push this blue a little bit further. The other great thing about, you know, working on a computer is that you can just constantly update things. Now, with this ship, I think what we're missing is a bit more of the drama in the lighting. It's not color. I think it is multiply. Or a version of that. I thought it was multiply, but I guess it's not. Overlay? Ah, it's overlay. Yep. I hope you had a nice chat with my friend. I have not had a chat with your friend, I don't think. I don't think I've met your friend. I mean, that's looking great to me. There will be rain. Yeah, of course. Hey, Yo-Yo Bob. Yes, I did say hi, and then that was about it. I don't think they responded after that. Might have been the wrong hours. I think I'm, you know, my time zone's not compatible with everybody. Should the bow not be taller than the deck? Should the bow not be taller than the deck? Bow not taller than the deck. I'm not sure what that means. Why is it shopping? What? I'm not sure what you mean. Taller? The front tip is taller than the midsection. Do you mean like curving it up like that? Like higher? Taller is an interesting word. Taller to me means like the height of this is taller from like here to here. I don't think it needs to be. I mean, ships. I think a lot of them do point up. But like not everything does. Maybe just because of so much of it is submerged right now. It does fly. Yes. We could probably lift it. I think it should lift. I might just do a quick update to the design. Yeah, I think I want it to be... I mean, I don't have like that... What do they call that? Not the masthead? This thing? I think I'll leave it off for now. I had one here. I guess I've kind of, by adding the dog mouth, it's kind of eroded that shape a little bit. We might still have room to rationalize it. Have you considered capsizing the boat? I have not considered capsizing this boat. No. This one's not going to be capsized. Dude, this came up so quickly. Holy moly. This shot was... it's just done already. But I think we could probably do more. I still think the ship needs to be smaller. Because I really want to fill the screen. I need you to explain this to me. What do you need explained? Well, this ship is not supposed to be in these waters. So I think the lamps off is actually better. It's not. This is not a good ship. This is an evil ship. This is the villain's ship. And they are on a mission. Hey, Mentally. Thank you so much. Thanks for following. Welcome. These is not good people. Hey, Bears and Rabbits. Thanks for the sub. Welcome. Give it some lasers. Well. I need to be careful not to make it seem like it's thin. But it's also very it's like they're like large sails. It's a huge boat, so. Okay. I think it does warrant some height. Yes, Monkey Island vibes, definitely the goal. Maybe this is about the size of things like these portholes and stuff like that. I think it's giving schooner, but it needs to be it needs to feel much larger. It might even be like the snout in proportion to the rest of it is a little bit off. Or just the dimensions of things, like the thickness of the railing and stuff. Like if one person is standing on deck, how big are they? It's my own project, yeah. Yeah, this is the villain ship. This is the ship. The scene might be the first scene in the whole game. This might be the first thing you see. Like right after the title screen, new game, this. It's like a prologue. Yeah, it's unfortunate because ideas are easy. You've identified the easiest part of making a game. Getting a team to actually make it is the rest of it. Everyone's got ideas. Did I remove the Rate My Game? It's currently on pause. Yeah. PAWS. Who's on board? I'll tell you who's on board. The baddies is on board. They're on board. And I wonder if it should be it's definitely, there's definitely only one major ship, but I wonder if I can do something where maybe I have multiple ships but they're smaller. They're like sister ships, maybe they're like single mast. It is an empire, so it should be more like an armada. I really, really, really want to draw this in a perspective that's more like this. It's so flat right now. It would look so much better if it was like kind of like leaning over us. Well, I haven't really even drawn it yet as a pixel art. I sort of just pulled it from this sketch. Depends on if I want it to look, there's two kind of ideas here. And if this was a movie, I'd do both. I'd go from one to the other. It's the ship in the distance and hearing screams off in the distance. And then it's like a close-up of like the hull from the perspective of like a dinghy looking up at it. And it's it sort of, you know, Titanicking over the top of you of like a, here it comes, holy crap. Yeah, exactly. The Star Destroyer shot. That's literally, you've nailed it. That's the exact reference. Of like, these are the bad guys and they have this big ship and watch out. Yes, Insignia, Black Flag. Okay. I think we're missing one more color here. Not sure what it is yet. What if we just don't have this part? What if it's just the big blanket of clouds? No, I think it helps to have something up there. Yeah, it's something about, I think for me, there is like an intent in the shot that I feel, and it's, am I feeling that intent? Because it looking good is one thing. Like, it's one thing to say, oh, that looks pretty. It's another thing to say, do I get the emotion that I'm looking for as the director? If someone was making this for me, if I was paying someone to do it, did they meet the brief? And for me, I still haven't gotten there yet, because I can feel that there is an element of this overhead weather thing that I know I can get, and it's right when I'm looking at it like this that I can feel that I want there to be these larger shapes here that dictate just how high above us the sky is right now. I want to like look up at them. It's like a scale question, you know, I really want you to feel like holy. It looks like a painting and not a shot. What? Oh, I see what you're saying. You're missing the camera in it. the depth or like the. I mean, paintings are shots. That's kind of a hard distinction there to draw, but I think I know what you mean. I know, and I know that I could change it if only I added even just one thing, like, you know, if there was like a big, something like, you know, coming into the foreground or whatever, like a layering that makes it feel like there's stuff close to us and further from us. This is like a ship or whatever. But I don't necessarily want to get there yet. I'm okay with it looking like a painting so far. Well, it's not moving yet. When it's moving, it won't look as much like a painting. How about that? I don't know how to... This thing that you're painting looks like a painting to me. Just a bit of feedback. I'm still looking for a bit more contrast. It's tough. And not in the modern sense of the word. Yeah, there's also the difference between, like, if you're looking at it like this on my stream, that looks like a painting. But if I pull it in, I think you feel a bit differently about it. Also, I literally just dropped this in. So, also, I think, like, I mean, I'm still figuring this out, but... Well, it's not daytime. I wouldn't put the sun in here. Yo, thanks for the follow. There's also something here where like we could literally just take this and do this. Not quite. Something in that I think is kind of interesting. I'm literally painting right now. I don't know. Yeah, definitely the flashes of lightning thing. Certainly, that will be a staple. You have to do that. Oh, that's nice. I still think we're sort of not really quite there yet. I really love that. Maybe it would work just to put some fire in there. Just to light up. Just to have some other light source. It's gonna be hard to do that though. There is also this sort of atmosphere thing we could do. Where we literally just go. That feels to me more like there's weather. Too much, you think? What if it was like... you know what? I've got a haze in the game I could use for this. All right, sick. Let's do something here. Let's get this in the game as it is. And I'll see what I can do with it. So that's fine. I don't think we need that. What? That's so saturated. Wow. Yeah, well, thanks for the follow. It's really cool. This is what I want it to look like, for sure. haze could be a lot stronger. I think we might have pushed this saturation a little too far. For the game's look. Thanks. How can the water be animated? That is the $100 question. I don't know. Maybe we animate it, maybe we don't. Yeah. At least we can bob the layers up and down. We can at least do that. That's cool. We also have sound effects we can bring in here. How do we have it in? The dream sequence. We have ship dream and dream sequence. This might not be the right music for this. This was designed to be from inside of a ship, but we're hearing it outside. So we need like... We also have can use from this part of the game. Does this not have a trigger? Oh, it does have thunder. What did I do wrong with that then? weather manager. Although the weather manager might need the lightning. And we've got storm sound effects, so that should work. The variable rain. Okay. Yeah, but I don't really care about that. What if I actually just circumvent this altogether? I get rid of the weather manager. Wait, did I just not? I just got rid of it? Okay. And then I have SFX. Zone. Create empty. Fmod. State zone, I guess. I don't even think we need to do that. I think we can literally just go into this and just do like is there no like raindrop sound? Am I crazy? Why do I feel like we definitely 100% had that and now I can't? This is what I want. This exactly. So what am I doing that's not that? Oh, I think it might be these values that get articulated. That if I go to just here, I just have to bring them right up. There we go. It's like he's literally on the ship. And then we just need like the camera to be bobbing. Good thing I just happen to have even that does so much. What the hell? That is like so much more effective than I thought it would be. I feel like I only have to animate just this stuff right in the foreground. That's gorgeous. Bro, I'm just like floored by that. How do I like save this? How do I capture it? What I can do is take this, copy, just copy the whole background, close it, paste it, and then this, yeah, as long as that works. I can say bobbing run it, and then that should have the same values. Yeah, sick. Oh, wow. Cool. All right, music comes back. It's this kind of stuff that I think, like previously, this was always going to be in the game, right? There's nothing that I'm adding currently is new at all. But I think that people just kind of there's kind of like a lack of, what's the word? No one knows, right? No one knows that this is going to be in the game until I put it in the game. So when I talk about Insignia as like being a kind of piratey game, swashbuckling, and the kind of fantasy of the game, I think about the trailer that I was going to put out like 6 months ago. It's like none of this was in that. None of what you guys have seen in the last couple of days. You know, none of the desert stuff, none of this stuff. It's like the story isn't even being told, you know? So I just feel like very grateful to myself for putting the time into it right now to like go, okay, hang on. Like, what do we want to show in this thing? You know, what am I selling people on? So, yeah, just to me, very worth it to put the time into this kind of thing. But I got to keep working. I get too relaxed. I'm like, let's rest on the laurels. Let's keep resting. We cannot rest, but we can take a break. Okay, let's go back to desktop. Let's look at trailer. This is coming along very nicely. Armin and Hannah in a dinghy in the grotto. We'll get to that. Trailer playthrough, sound effects. Nassau caravan at sunset. Nassau caravan at sunset. Polish the sky, the look of the caravan, add middle ground architecture, add NPCs, Wrecker. Idols and VFX for fight with Baruch and Cecil. Well, let's quickly have a look back at the Froggen, actually. I want to make sure I can delegate this to someone.
Sora, let's take the raft and go. Just the two of us. Huh? Just kidding.
This came along. Now it doesn't feel as good as I felt like it looked. Maybe it needs a bit more of a pause. It's kind of here. Yeah.
The winner gets to share a Palfu with Kyrie.
Wait a minute.
I think it's something like this moment here. I think I want it to lower, stay lower. Add one more frame. Ba-ba-da-bum. I just want to play Kingdom Hearts. Yeah, but it's not that. See, that makes it feel almost too sluggish. It might be this moving so drastically here. It also doesn't have like a return. There's also something that I think I struggle with here when it comes to these animations, where they need to be more keyframe based. I think this fluidity is hard. You mentioned like adding an anticipation frame. I think it's less that. I think it's more about how drastically the frames need to change. So like this is so subtle, these frame changes, or it's not subtle, it's gradual. It's so gradual that you don't really know when it's coming. Whereas if I picked a frame here between these three and just sat on it a little longer and iterated in smaller bits, I think that would be better. Like right now, it's the difference between doing this versus like like and then one bang. That's kind of what I need. So it's more that anime snappiness, I think. Even that, I think, helps. Because your brain wants something to watch for. That's the problem. You're looking for a moment. So like for me right now, it's the moment the ball hits the bottom. Now it's like, oh, here it comes. Whereas before it was so fluid. It still needs more work. But it's stuff like that I think, like the frame timings conversation, that I think is the big difference here. Where are we? I also felt something the other day that I'd like to fix. To do with all of my enemies. Like the whole game has this problem. And the problem is that enemies don't track you very well. And when enemies don't track you very well, it makes the whole game awkward. So it's the idea of like that frog, he needs to know like where he is in relation to you in order to know what to do next. Right now, he's just throwing hitboxes out. So like when he jumps back, like when he jumps back and then thrusts upward, or even if he jumps forward and thrusts upward, either way, just before he thrusts, he's not likely to be in the right spot. So he needs to put himself, you know, if he's here and we're here, if his next attack is going to fire off here, he needs to be standing here when he starts. So it's about that, like, how do I position myself to do the move I want to do next? And part of this, I think, is the problem with the fact that his like navigation maneuvers are in fixed increments. He jumps this far forward or this far back. It's the same amount every time. So he can't really position carefully. I also think I feel like maybe the little jump beforehand is not right. I like the lowering, but I feel like this creates a beat that's hard to like mentally follow. I feel like maybe we could have gone straight into that. I wonder what happens if we just take away like these two frames. and even just add one here. Lone Edge says, what do you think about top-down pixel RPG games? And plus, after Insignia, do you think of what kind of genre next project will be? Plus, will it be pixel art or 3D, like you mentioned before? Top-down RPGs are okay. I don't play them that often, but I appreciate them. Next game probably will be 3D. Feels better. What's going on here? What's going on? There's a game that is trying to be the next Kingdom Hearts. I've seen it on TikTok a lot. And they cite Jim from Treasure Planet as a reference. It's like Sora and Jim. And I'm like, hey, that's my reference. Thank goodness they don't mention Guybrush. Dude, something is so wrong about this game's the slowdown. I'm really annoyed by it. I don't know why, but something is really wrong. Ouch. Yeah, this problem here of like, I'm standing here, enemy is standing there, we're kind of like talking past each other. That needs to go. No, dog has to be a woman now. That's the rule. That's the goal now. Goal now. What's going on? That Tucker Carlson impression is so good. Like, it's not necessarily accurate, but it's hilarious. What's going on? $3D because you want to explore it, or because you want to shift from 2D to 3D? Both. And not necessarily, like, you know, 2D to me is just like it's just like a choice, you know? It's not like I'm married to 2D. I don't feel like this is who I am and now I'm going to be somebody else. It's just like, I've been doing this for a long time. Let's do something else for a bit. But yeah, this guy, he's not quite right. Back in a bit. I'm going to take a break. Hello. dude, it's so funny. The idea that the M&Ms, have you guys seen the green M&Ms rant? The Tucker Carlson green M&M rant. That, what I love about that is the idea that in his mind, the green M&M being sexy is part of like why M&Ms as a marketing brand were successful. Like, like, are we not supposed to find food sexy? Like, you're supposed to eat them, dude. I don't know if you need them to be sexy for that. I think they're just for eating. like to be upset that they're not sexy is crazy, dude. That's it's an insane take. He's a funny guy, I tell you what. S&M with the M&M. Movies? I haven't seen it. Insignia's been developed for more than 6 years and is only halfway done. I doubt the next project is in mind. It's certainly not in mind at this second. Yes, that's true. Right now, not my focus. Although, do you know, I did have a thought that if it becomes too hard for me to fund this game, I could work on something small. Just get something out there. Even if it uses like most of Insignia's features, or not assets, but like just like use all of the technology to build something. Anyway, what am I feeling right now? I'm feeling anxious. I'm feeling anxious because I don't know what I'm working on. Do we go back to water VFX? I thought we were doing actually an okay job the last beat that we did. Not that. Where did I put this thing? This I thought was pretty good. I really like this. It feels splashy, but it doesn't feel directional. And then this one feels directional, but the wrong direction. Does Armin actually ever get a sword upgrade? Not damage. At least not right now. So let's go look at water directional particle test. I think this might be right. Yeah, I liked this. I thought this was pretty promising. It needs to be bigger for sure. I want to see Armin in this. Oh, Armin's in this? But this is too small. I just feel like I might not be in the headspace for this right now. I don't know what's going on. I'm just not super feeling it. The indie game Punk. No. What are the main costs? Hey, Arian. This is Unity. Yeah, so we've done a little bit of quite recent budgeting. And I mean, it's massive if I try to, if I let it, it's massive. Let me show you. This is the like how long is a piece of string situation. So like I can build the game myself, but if I want the game to come out in a reasonable amount of time, I need to bring people on. And the amount of work that it takes to do that over a year, if I start delegating things out and, you know, creating actual work for them to do, you know, it comes up to like $1 million. It's just man hours, really, in the right spots. Like I can work on an enemy, but like the enemy from here, like this attack animation that I'm working on, you get to that 80% mark where you're like, oh yeah, I could see how you just need to detail this. But it's like, that's a week of someone's time to like detail this properly. With like 2 other animations. Like these 3 would be almost a full week for someone who was like middle speed. If they were really good, maybe a couple of days. But that's still like time, you know, just for, you know, what would be to get this like 2 weeks for all of the animations in this for one person would be about what you'd expect. But there's like dozens of enemies. So like, okay, now you're looking at like 6 months of work, you know, between like 5 people. So that's huge. And then, I mean, bringing on like an engineer to help me out with other things that aren't quite finished. There's just a bunch of stuff. It's just like, it all adds up. Sound effects, music, environment backgrounds, helping me with writing and implementing the story. It's huge. All right. I want to get onto something productive. Well, I would love to do some potential tile set work on this, but that might be too much. Well, the fights, the thing is, they're reusable. Like, that's an enemy type. That's not like a boss. So, you know, there'll be like 15 of these, maybe, in the game, maybe more. So, it's not like it just disappears, but yeah. All right. I would like to do some work on Chapter 3 environments for my own curiosity, but they're not really that important right this second. Do you know what? I got something that's really valuable that I haven't done. It's the floor in this scene, because I really got to have this in the trailer, but I haven't done the floor yet. So let's get that done. That's been gnawing at me for a while. This is Misty. I try to use like a different keyword for different things so they're a bit easier to find. Cheverton Misty. It's not Misty background. It's Misty concept. I mean, yeah, this is what I was thinking of. And then I guess I haven't really done anything yet. So I need to come up with something that would be an appropriate terrain for use across just like a parallaxy terrain that I can just, yeah. I think easy way to do this for now is just to keep it static. And then we'll add what we need after that. So let's do that. Oh, the ship as well. We could do that. So let's open this up and have a look at the original concept, just so I don't lose it. So this was more just gray, but I want dirt. I want sort of this. This is what I want. This sort of cobblestone, dirt, mud thing. So let's go to a screenshot of the game. Let's take away this foreground. And let's screenshot this at 640 by 360. And then go File, New, Boom, boom. Boom, boom, boom. Trim that. Okay. So. This is one of those areas where you can kind of just do a lot of like little hue shifty things, and you actually get something really, really nice just by playing with different shades. So let's take this and this and this and this and this and this and cut it, put it on a new layer, put it on a layer below. And that way we can start drawing underneath people. And I would love to do shadows for these buildings like this, but maybe we could just sort of I have this idea of maybe like cart tracks, like ruts. Stupid. And yeah, I really think just having some structure here will help me out a lot. Oh my gosh, I did it again. Okay. Oops, I did it again. I need some inspo. I mean, this is looking really good, but I think it's too bland until we bring in a reference from here. It's this like stray bricks and sort of muddy. There's like green bits here and there. Yeah, I think this is like okay, but I think it needs to be more pronounced. And then, I mean, I really like these puddles of water. That's great. Like it's been raining recently. This is called Asprite, Ash. Asepprite. I would love to do reflective water. free sprite development softwares. I mean, you can use anything. You can use Microsoft Paint if you want. But I don't know about that game. If I got the funding, would I do voice acting? I don't know. I like voice acting. I think it's one of the coolest things, and I personally enjoy the idea of myself doing voice acting in the project. I like voice acting, as in I would pursue it as a career if I felt like I had nothing better that I could do. Not to say that it's not something that you could do as a skill, but like I have other skills that I like, so it's not on my top list, but it's up there. But that doesn't necessarily mean that this game needs it. And so it's probably never going to be on my like, let's do it list. But if we got like the biggest publisher ever and they were like, Adam, if you don't get voice acting in this game, we're going to cry and take away the funding, I would say, all right, let's give it a go. Let's try. Even if it's just in limited languages. Because the thing is, you have to then direct the game in the different voice versions. You have to direct an English version of the game. You have to direct a Japanese version. That takes so much work. It's really not trivial. Now you need extra producers. You need probably a voice director. Because I'm not going to sit in the studio and like listen to everybody do their voice lines. Like I could do a pass. Who would I cast as Armin? Like from Hollywood? What do you mean who? Ben Starr. Ben Starr would be Armin. Ben Starman. No, I don't know. I mean, I would try to find somebody. I wouldn't go to Hollywood, or I would just try to find someone who had kind of a. He's got like he's just 18, so he should have sort of like a. He's tall for his age, but also these people are pretty short in general, the humans. So there'd be sort of this like raspiness to him, but I'd want him to still sound like a kid. Well, not a kid, but you know, a younger person. I don't want him to sound like a man. Like my voice, this voice is too deep. You know, it's sort of up here, up. You know, like up there. And maybe I'd make him, you know, talk with like an English accent. So like honestly, like a Tom Holland type is not out of the question, but I wouldn't have Tom Holland play him. Yeah, like Timothée Chalamet's voice is, it's not, I mean, it's not bad. It wouldn't be terrible, but his voice is also, you know, it's maybe Timothée Chalamet like 10 years ago. That's right, Pedro Pascal. Correct. You got it. You kill my family. Prepare to die. You destroy my village. Ryan Gosling. Hey Ma, it's me. Yeah, Armin. Is this how pixel art is made? I mean, yeah, I do. This is how it's made. Some of it. This art in particular is not really typical because I'm not using a tile set, but I'm trying to try something. So we're in a bit of a new territory for the game at the moment. For me, it's kind of like, man, I can't handle Armin's face here. It's hurting me. Let me fix this. Excuse me. It's supposed to look like this. Let's go with that. It's not random. It's selective improvements in specific areas. So, for example, here, if I'm looking there, I don't like this thing where this color and this color and this color are stepping quite evenly from here to here to here. That doesn't look very good. It usually looks like blurring or like unintended. So what I'd probably do is bring this down and then bring this up so that this feels like it's more of like an anti-aliasing between the two. You know, maybe that feels to me a little bit more decisive and clearer. And then I'm just cleaning up a lot of the shapes, you know. It's not random. It's very deliberate, but it's also very, I know it's like sporadic to look at because it's like, well, he's over here and then he's over here and then he's over here. And it's because I'm trying to get a sense of the whole thing while still working on details. So I'm trying to say, okay, like, what is it about this space that I like? What don't I like? You know, how do I, is the amount of texture right in the space? Like there, that's looking better. Like this area now is looking quite good. I really like that. And then I tried that and it's like, no, I think I prefer it off. You know? So I'm kind of just making little experiments and then trying not to get too committed. That's the reason why I'm jumping out so often. Because if you spend too much on one thing, you kind of get distracted and then you spend a lot of time on something that then you zoom out, it doesn't work. So you kind of have to keep readjusting. Like this area, I just want to put a little bit of this color in there. I think that looks great. And then a little bit here, and then maybe like a little bit coming off there. Not so in line, but close to it. That's great. Maybe just work this back a little bit. And then I'm looking for opportunities to do little pixel details. So like there are shapes that are valid and shapes that just are less valid. So anything where I can create like specific pixel details. So like, for example, dithering is something that people do a lot to blend shapes. And I've started doing it a little bit in my game. So I'm thinking, okay, maybe I can do some dithering here just to help smoothen that area if I like it, you know, if I like how it looks. But you have to keep trying things. But you can also do like stuff like this where it's kind of like dithering, right? But it's just one pixel being stepped out. So I'm just trying stuff out and I'm playing with techniques, and it's all about signaling intention. I think that's the biggest thing with this stuff. I want it to look like I did it on purpose, because I am doing it on purpose. Hey, Bank Shot, thank you so much for the sub. They're not tire marks, they're carriage marks. Yeah, like, you know, there are still horses and buggies in this world. Maybe I should put some more in the city, though. And then, you know, maybe it's more about, like, creating some more cracks in the ground. Even, like, the dry earth. The stuff that's closer to us, we could give a bit more texture. And then like try not to overdo it. Okay, so what I'll do for now, this has been a really fun experiment. I'll take this and I'll see if I can just tile that. I mean, that's probably enough for what we need, at least in terms of like getting a test. Although I did want verticality too, so if I go canvas size and then go like 180, that would be half the screen. So there's also like just the rest of it. And then we can say tile on the x-axis, and we could start doing a little bit of healing this to make it actually tile. Not that it has to, but it gives us a bit of an opportunity to test it out kind of faithfully. Eyes are a little sore, but I think that's looking pretty good. Okay, so just a little more. Sweet. And I want to make sure that I don't miss out on some of this stuff, which I really liked. Cool. So yo, thanks for the follow. That's quite good. Fair bit of texture. It's not bad. I look exactly like your cousin. What is your ethnic background? Who is your cousin? If I go right to like there, I think would be great. I think the texture, once we get to a certain distance, the parallaxing doesn't work, so we need to split it, which I'm not against doing. We just got to be careful with it. So it would be like, this is one, and then like half that again, that's two, and then half that again, that's three. So it's like 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah. So then, yeah, Syrian, pretty close. Syrian is like the same. The ethnic like breakdown of Syria is very similar to Lebanon. They're like the same people, really. So it's not surprising. Okay. So, hey man, you said, just started learning game dev. How long did it take for you to get to the point of being able to make Insignia on your own? Like 6 years before I could even feel confident making it by myself. I started making it after like 3, but I wasn't very good at it. That's the most important thing. You know, it's one thing to like go, okay, I can make a game. I can try making a game. That's fine. But then like actually being good at making the game is a different thing. And until you're at a certain level, you will very likely find yourself getting confused by the process and frustrated by the process. You'll do a lot of work. You won't understand why the work doesn't look good. You'll sometimes accidentally do really good work, and then it's like you'll build something and you'll get stuck on it. You won't be able to make it better. And that's like an ongoing process. It's not really just like once you're good enough, you could just do whatever. I mean, there eventually, yes, but like not it's not an obvious process. You can really, it's like levels. Okay. So So this is background 5. So is there something on like background 4 at all? Oof. Okay. That's background 6. Background 3. Oh no. So let's say that the bottom one, the far back, is 4. This one's 5. This one's 6. No, that can't be right. This, how do we want to do this? Things further back should be below things further front, right? So should it be like... like 1, 2, 3, 4, maybe? Okay, and then we want to give these all parallax by depth. So far back is about as far back as like this stuff. And then back is like there, mid could be like here, and then front could be where it is. Then I want to take all of these and not tile them. But put them in an infinite loop. This might not work. Oh, also, this can go back to 1080p. Okay, but not on the y-axis. Let's cut that. Okay, yeah, that's parallaxing. That's doing it for sure. But they need to be, some of these need to be further back. Also, like, I feel like their X position needs to be like the same. Y position, I would say like that, right? Okay, and then let's see if we can figure out what's going on here. So like all the way back here, this is far back. This one here is background 2. So here we've got this at background 1, and then over here we're at background 2. So maybe it just needs to be like in the negatives. We'll just pull it all the way back. Like however far back this is. It's background negative 100. So we have as much as we want between negative 100 and 0. So let's go like negative 10. Cool. But where'd the texture go? 10, 9, 8, 7. There might be one extra. Yeah, there we go. Get rid of that. Also, I think with this, it's probably not best to infinite loop it like that. It probably is best to use the draw mode tiled. one by one. Till about let's say like there. How tall is this? 180. Yep. And then as wide as we like. Save that. And then I think I'm not quite happy with it yet, but let's just turn it into a prefab and use it in some other scenes and see how we go. In fact, we could take Misty. Let's leave that. Try it like this. That looks really good to me. I think we've got a bit more work to do at the base here of some of these buildings, but in terms of just like, you know, putting a ground into the scene, I like it quite a lot. What about like out here? What? What the hell? Why do I have two sets of ground here? Whoa, that doesn't need to be here anymore. Neither does... I don't even think this should be here. No, get out of here. You get out of here too. You don't need to be here anymore. That doesn't need to be there. Oh, that's crazy. I guess I can't really use this here like that. It kind of works here. I guess I could take like this, and this away. and just use that there. That pretty much works to me. Doesn't look very nice because it's a bit gross, but I like it for the scene. Same thing with like this scene. I don't think I can really use that same thing. But we'll just try stuff and see what happens. Ding, ding, ding. Take them away. Bro, what is this? What layer are you on? Middle ground 1-0. And you? Ah. I mean, even that, kind of works for me. Am I working on final chapters? I'm working everywhere. I like the dirt, chat. I like it. I like it. It makes sense for the chicken to be pecking at it now. We're getting there. There's just some stuff here that I can't really keep in there, like on the lane. So let's get rid of this. This is fine. Don't need it anymore. This. I think this is what I'm using in this scene here. Yeah. Yeah, I can't do this perspective like that. I have to square it off. And it might even be something where like just breaking this up just helps it feel a bit less like we have to figure out the perspective. Hisham El Amir says, are you Syrian? Not Syrian, Lebanese, but close enough, yeah? Neighbors. This is not how I did this though, right? Didn't I do like... Ah, no, that was different. I forgot. I was like, I thought I did like 15 of these, but it was the background ones, not these ones. Okay. It's also the bottom down here. It's so wrong because these are in front of the ground. So how would I fix that? This is on the palisade layer, and the palisade is on background 4. So this one right here at the front, this one could be like background 5. Just this one. I think we could get away with that. And there's like other things that are peeking out. Like, what the hell is this? Is it you? Is it... this? No. It's something else. It could be... Could it be... you? Yes. Okay. But then that doesn't play nice with that. So maybe that palisade needs to go further back. Wait, also, it's not even like... It's not even really supposed to look like that. Don't they scale weirdly? Not really. Because they're drawn smaller as they go back. So this is... this is background 4, but this is background 3. So that's... Does that really want to be in front of that? I suppose so. I guess so. I feel like this... The ground here, that's mid. And then this is back. I can't even see that. I take these two, hide them. Back isn't even... It's not even in the picture. So actually, maybe what we should do is start compressing these a bit down. So like, mid can be below this. And as long as it's below that, then it'll be okay. And then back can be like there. And then maybe that works. I don't like how it ducks. It should be in front. I mean, it should be behind. So I guess, yeah, I guess we could just go back again. Unless I literally just bind it to that layer. Like I could literally just draw it over there. So that they're not separate parallax layers. They're just the same sprite. That's probably not a bad idea. Ah, that's so annoying, man. I think I just have to put something here. I think it's not right. So I was expecting to put a gate here anyway, so maybe it's not a big deal. Like right now I've just got the palisades coming forward towards the camera, but I need it to be visible that there is a gate, like I guess here. So maybe now is when I just make that. And now I feel like we could pull this more like here. And then the problem is that it's cutting off things. So instead it needs to be 2 layers, right? It needs to be like one that's, I guess, behind the last row of houses. Even I think like there's a problem here anyway of like these just sort of cut off. So like maybe it should be more like that. And then there should be like one of these that's like, yeah, I think I know what I'm doing here. I'm just concerned that I haven't given myself enough canvas space to do this right. I might need to rethink it altogether. Because like all of this I love right up to about here. And then like there needs to be some visual that's in front of pretty much everything here Like these buildings, it's hard to even think about what that looks like. Like, should it be behind them? I guess. But then there needs to be layer 5 is in front of them. So but this can't be, it's like something like that. And then that also needs, like, you need to see some timber there. So even this kind of needs, like, I guess the idea is maybe it comes back around. So that goes like that, and then this is like literally this, and then you would have like one more that's like number 6, and that would need to be like covering that or something. But I'd want to do this on like a separate art asset, I think. Oh. So, am I happy with what it looks like? Well, not yet. Maybe the height is kind of okay. Hey, Kinslayer. I think we need like a little bit of drift down. Kind of like that, maybe. Yes, that's much better. So now I need to take this file, save as Palisade Gate. Look at all these files that I created. Okay. Then I can take this whole canvas and I can go, you get out of here. But now I need like you. Maybe a bit more space. Like there until there. Let's call this 660 by 240. Okay. Chad, I have to go soon. I started a bit early today, and that's because I needed to finish early as well. Okay, that's better. But it can't be like that. Has to be like this. But I think it has to be flatter than this. So I'm going to take this and get rid of it. And then bring this back. And then we're good. Kind of. It's weird. It's very confusing to me because I can't seem to understand with my depth. I guess like I just should have this guy here just needs to be further forward. It just can't be in front of the wall. And then it's fine. Okay. Well, this scene's looking way better. There's a little bit of something ugly down here, and it's probably because the ground doesn't come up high enough. Just to there, at least. Now we're pretty close. I still don't love the way that that second one slides back so far, which means there must be something wrong with where this is being placed right here. That needs to be, yeah, easily way further back, like here. Krutzotrem says, hey there, I've been wondering, since solar projects already take significantly longer to develop, do engine updates become a hassle? That's a really good question. It's not as much of an issue as you would expect it to be. So you can update whenever you like. Unity, for example, I started this project in 2017. The Unity engine has updated so many times since then, but it's never been, only the last update from 5 till 6, like all the Unity 2017, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, to Unity 6, that jump, there's only one change that would cause me to do anything different with my project. And it's not a major change. It's actually a change that I customized that would not carry over. But it's mostly compatible, yeah. It's not a big deal. No worries. It's not you. Is it you? It's this, man. That's so annoying. That's Palisade 2, right? It's right there. And I was expecting that this ground layer was in front of it, which is ground mid, I think. So Palisade 2 and ground. Palisade 2 is 4. I don't know if I can trust this stuff. I put this on 5. I just don't think it's going to work, because that then covers up this stuff. Like that, which I don't really want it to do. It's this house here that I don't love. What is your deal? That's background 3. And this is supposed to be in front of that. Does it feel like it's in front of that though? I mean, technically, I mean, look, to be honest, I could just do myself a favor here. And just, yeah, why don't I make this easy for myself? Just take all this away. It's not even, like, it shouldn't even be close. It should be, like, way off. How tall is Armin canonically? Armin, the units in this world you have to be a little bit careful of because it's not... Armin is the equivalent of a 6 foot tall human. But 6 foot in this world is like 3 foot in our world. So he's tall relative to like other people. He's like a reasonably tall guy. But he's not tall in the sense that we wouldn't think he was tall. So like he's taller than this guy. That guy's like 5'8". He's like Armin's like 6 foot. That woman's down the bottom, down with the red. She's like 5'6". Berta is like 6'7", you know. And then like, why is that doing that? And then this guy here, Ned. Hey, Mr. Customer, thank you so much for the sub. Ned is like, he's like 5 foot. He's tiny. He's like 5'1". So Armin is like tall in, you know, he's like a little taller than average in this world. But everyone in this world is like a halfling. But because like that's normal for them, they don't think of it as that, you know, obviously. It's just like, this is what the world is. So like Ned in real life would be like, he'd be like the size of a 4-year-old. He's tiny. He's like, he'd be up to my waist, right? Look at how short he is. But that's not. But the thing, there's 2 layers to this. The way that the game is presented, right? This lens that you're looking through, where all the characters are tiny, that's like a chibi lens that we are seeing the world through because it's a video game adaptation of Insignia. This is Insignia, the video game. But Insignia, the anime, they would be the actual heights that they are. So in the anime of Insignia, Armin is like 6 foot. And he looks, that's why like when I do this kind of thing over here, you know, I draw him like a normal person. His proportions are accurate. So it's only because we're playing the video game of Insignia does everyone look like a halfling. And in the world of Insignia, the video game, they are tiny and cute. But that's... it's almost like... I don't know how to describe why they are like that in this world. It's similar to the difference in like... Think about it like this. In Final Fantasy... Oh my god. In Final Fantasy Tactics Advance, or the Tactics games, right? Look at how tiny these characters are. Like, they're just like little tiny, like 2-head tall things. They're cute. And look at the architecture. It's tiny. It's like, oh, it's so minuscule. The whole world is minuscule. But when you look at the concept art, like, that's just like a normal kid. He's like, their proportions are totally normal in the concept art. So if you were to make a movie about this, it wouldn't look like this, but the game looks like this. I don't know how to describe why it's like that, but that's what it is. It's the same idea. So, back here, when I look at this now, let's just take a big step back. Hey, we're in Cheverton. What do I think? I think it looks pretty good, actually. There's something, it's quite charming. It's quite nice. especially if we pop the filter on. Nice. Now, you put some NPCs in here would be awesome as well. I think some stalls would work too. We want like markets. I love this little pot broken in the foreground. I think I need more broken stuff. I do want this to be slanted up, but that's okay. We can figure that out separately. The height feels good. I think the sky could be... it's fine. I was kind of going for like smoggy... It's like a blue sky, but there's... I don't have all these... the chimneys are supposed to be smoking. This is the old version of the exact same asset. You see this? Gone now. And then these are the... This is the old version of the same everything. I really like this though. This foreground. The door and the barrel is sick. Let's get rid of all of this. See you later. Can I keep these? Hey Farolino, welcome. I need to bring it in. Oh yes, I think so. I think that door is staying right there. But the parallaxing's not quite right on it. Although I just flicked the toggle, that might change it completely. No. But like, how far can I go? Why isn't it parallaxing at all? Do I need to invert it? Is that how that works? No. Do I need to assign the sprite renderer to it? I don't think so. Oh, it's scrolling off of the... Hey! Thank you so much for the follow. Let's check these ones. I like these ones. These parallax by depth with zone camera as the scroll anchor. No, it's the same. This one up here, just normal zone camera. And then these guys go door, barrel, street could probably go. But door and barrel both scroll on the zone camera. It's the same thing. They're both correct. I don't know why it's not. I think something broke recently. I think I broke something. Let's go test to see if it is broken, because there's somewhere else where I do foreground parallax where it should work. Ah, it broke. Okay. I think we need to vibe code this one because I don't know what broke about it. Is it clamping actually? No. Why doesn't this parallax foreground elements that have a factor of negative factor when placed forward in the Z dimension? I've been working on this forever, T-Zap. Forever. Too long. But I enjoy it. It's clamped. Yeah, I didn't write this. Safe parallax factor. So let's just remove this because I just don't like it. I think it's a dumb. I didn't even add this. It must have vibe coded this in at some point. I think we just call this parallax. He tried to solve something for me and got it wrong. That's what I want. Literally just undid the change that it did. Okay, now let's take off the invert on these and put them in a reasonable position. And let's see what that does. Yeah, that's what I want. Cool. I'm not sure what happened to my foreground layers here though. Sweet. Yeah, that's true, Robo East. I'm not sure why it's like that though. Like, what is that? I guess it's just because games were, you just had fewer pixels, and so the pixel art meant, you know, doing it that way. If you were doing pixel art, you just had to. Shevington Gate entrance. I quite like that tree there. Man, I've done so many versions of this. So many versions at this point. Let's load default palette. Ding dong, ding dong, ding dong. And let's start thinking about like group people. Hey, Kong Lei, thank you so much for the sub. And like, I just want like wooden things here. Just little stalls and whatnot. Just see what that does. I think we're still missing, we're missing the concept of like, I feel like at one point I had like a street, like a particular like elevation off of the, like this street here. I think I still want that. Maybe it should be part of the buildings. The buildings have the street on them. You know, like more like this maybe? Or like, I don't know, there's like a gutter or something that's just, it's not super wrong. It's just not quite right. Let's get this out of the way. It's dumb. I do that. Yeah, I have different palettes for different parts of the game. And I've been slowly getting rid of my fixation of like keeping the palette in one spot. Like this scene, for example, it just uses a different palette. Like it's just not going to, it just doesn't need, sorry, let me take this away. You know, it just doesn't need the base palette. It's based on the palette. There's like layers of the palette are in here, but there are other colors that are also beyond the palette. Yeah, still working on it. This is from today. I haven't animated it yet. And then like same thing over here. Like there's another scene. I think I just, you know, people, they want to see stuff that's pretty. So like a scene like this, it's just important that it looks good. It's not, you're not going to look at this and go, oh, but the palette, you know, you go, wow, that looks great. So yeah. Yeah, that commitment anxiety is just, watch my most recent video. It tries to help with that. It's just not worth it. Like, make cool stuff, you know? Don't worry about what someone might get mad at you over, you know, for slightly having a different way of doing something. Or like most games have like aspects of a palette. They have like a vibe, but that's what's more important. Stylistically, it's more important than it is technically. If your game doesn't use just 16 colors, no one cares. And they only used like a very limited number of colors in like the oldest versions of like retro consoles. Like literally not like even arcade units could do like hundreds of colors, and then they could do thousands of colors. By the time you were at the Super Nintendo, you could do like 300 colors on screen at the same time, no problem. So you might as well just not even bother. All right, pals, I gotta go. I have an announcement to make that I will make on Monday. Thank you. This was fun. Good stream. We did a lot of tightening. Jesus. Okay. Who we raiding? Where we dropping? I just want to see people who are making cool stuff with a camera on. That's all I really care about. Chill beats to code C2. Okay. I mean, yeah, this is mostly code though. I want to see graphics, my guy. And a webcam. Making beet chicken, but that's Japanese. Why do people do English titles if they're... Okay, Mercenary Mage. Let's do that. Thanks, chat. I had a lot of fun. Hope you did too. If you like this content, you should go and wishlist Insignia. 1 second. Oops. You should wishlist Insignia on Steam. Check it out. Look at this. Oh, baby. What a beautiful game. If you haven't wishlisted it, go wishlist it. We also have a demo that you can play right now. And that's it. That's the stream. I'll catch you all on Monday. As always, I've been Adam. You've been the Pixel Pals. This has been the Indie Tales Game Dev live stream. Until next time.